VOD? Compared to you and Aru, my mic is fucking cooked. Oh my god. I need to get a new mic. This thing is...
Yeah, it could be better. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Stacy
Silent Hill
Joanne.
F? My bad.
Oh, yeah, you're all good. Yeah, well, first chat came from Stacy Joanne and said, first. You were indeed the first. Hi, welcome in. Good to see you. Currently on a 7-stream streak. You've been on every one of my past 7 streams. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Also said Simpin. That's crazy. Aru said, currently conducting important activities, which is, as Pat said, Silent Hill F. So I won't be actively chatting. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Aru. Thank you for stopping, for dropping in with the updates. I appreciate it, and hope you enjoy Silent Hill. What a simp, eh? I am not at liberty to pass judgment onto my viewers, but if the shoe fits.
Simp.
He just said it. He just went for it. All right. Oh, let me open up my room. Wi-Fi. Play with friends. Create room. That's crazy. Me and Pat fighting for your love. I'm torn and I'm stuck in the middle. What do I do?
What you mean you stuck?
All right, room's open. Come on in, Mr. Paticus. I'm ready for more wonderful Mario.
I'm not, bro. Them levels was leveling, bro.
Yeah, it's definitely it's much more than I anticipated from this. Hey, it's you. What's up?
Yes, sir. Got my pink cap on.
Hey.
Breast cancer awareness.
Hey, I can get behind that. Badge challenge, dolphin kick 2. All right, what is this? What's this dolphin kick? Look at short Luigi. He's so short. Press R. We all know we're not shaking the controller. I need that.
Speak for yourself. I'm on motion controls.
I'm using tilt controls.
It says you left.
Show me
What?
you can do.
Get in here. Let me exit the course. What happened? Why is it messing up? A communication error has occurred. Exiting the friend room. What? Let's try this again.
Streamer's Wi-Fi cooked?
Don't call me out. Searching for friend rooms. Enter room. Dang, we got to play together for 10 seconds.
They knew we were too powerful.
We're going to bring despair onto this game. All right, I'm in the level again. Are you in it yet?
You joined my room, bro.
There we go. I'm all by myself in here.
Where you at, guys?
Oh, are you further ahead?
No, I'm at Dolphin Kick.
Yeah, I'm in the level. But I don't see you.
You're in the level.
Hello, that old guy. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. We're playing some Super Mario Wonder. Wahoo! And Pat's about to get a mushroom. That
Lick
old
my
guy!
head,
Thanks for the resub! Hey, I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing, Mr. That Old Guy. Thank you very much. Very kind. 57 months. I know, right? Ooh, let's not get crushed in the middle of this.
How long is that in years? Oh my god.
Holy mackerel! Holy macaroni!
Oh no!
We both died. Wait, come back. Yeah. I laugh in the face of death.
There we go. I made it this time. How many years is that? 57, 48, 60. Just under 5 years, I think. No, I died! Why are you speeding ahead? Bro, why are you speedrunning?
He just wanted to cheat, right? He skipped all the obstacles. Let me do all the hard work, man. Come on now.
No, I got crushed again. This level has so many precarious points. Oh.
Ouch! Ouch!
Oh no.
Oh no!
It's a wrap. It's a wrap! No!
These horses be going. They do not hold back. Oh, I found an exclamation point.
Take a minute here if you want.
They definitely got the top Mario Maker.
They did. Gotta be careful here. Whew.
There's a secret passage.
Where?
In there. I don't know. I can't go back. I'm already up there.
No! Oh, I made it. I found a pipe. What?
Oh, you went through the secret passage.
Did we miss the Wonder Seed, or was there not one? Oh! We did it.
There was one.
Alright, that works. Cool picture.
Oh yeah!
Looks
No,
like you
thanks.
mastered
I
that
need
badge.
not want
Do you want me
to
to
wear
wear
it.
it? No thanks.
Oh, never mind. I might need it.
Oh yeah!
I will put it on.
Wiggler
Actually.
race swimming. Race me.
Yeah, if it's a race, then I'm definitely equipping that dolphin kick.
No, don't put it on. Don't put it on.
Hold Y and move to dash. Reach the goal before the racing wiggler.
Hold on. Look at this. Pause.
Pause.
Go, 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 go. Oh,
There he goes.
that was water? Oh, no.
I'm killing it.
Don't kill it too hard, bro.
You're doing great, Joe!
Oh, ouch.
Oh my god.
Oh, the wiggler's coming. He's fast.
I'm saying, bro, he turned on like boosters.
What's going on?
Push. I just realized he has skates on.
Ah! I got no excuse for that.
PoptartPat takes the lead.
Hey!
Oh!
Thank you, Mr. Skating Wiggler.
But that has to cost them an arm and a leg. Wait, it says you won.
Let's go. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. We did it. We beat Wiggler and we got a Wonder Seed, too. I can't believe how fast Wiggler is, even in the water. Wiggler doesn't mess around. We did it. We did it. Now we gotta go to Downpour Uproar.
Here we go.
That boy was swimming with roller skates on.
Yup. Nice. I'm a big Luigi now. Where are you going?
Elefante.
Oh, dang it. You gotta be Elefante. Oh, I see. It goes in between being rain and not rain.
Say the ocean tastes like tears.
Oh,
Nice.
I love the beach so much.
Ah, I got words. Help, I need help getting this. No!
I mean, what? Oh, that 10 point up there?
Yeah, how do you get it?
Yeah, I missed it too. I gave up on it. Oh no, I jumped off of here. Where did that come? Bro,
I love the beach
he rose
so
again
much.
out of my shell.
Got it. Alright,
Yeah.
we good.
What?
Hey, yeah.
Pick that back up. Or not.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
And I found it.
Elefante. I'm Elefante now.
Wow, sorry.
Yes. I'm not.
Wait, why aren't you Elefante with me? Come on. We were supposed to be
got it.
Elefante brothers.
Oh my goodness. Who put turtles in the water, bro?
This little flower's going all over. Hey, I got a 1-up for it.
This is one
checkpoint.
bro. Is it up there?
I found the Wonder Seed.
Look at it.
What is going on?
Hmm? Is this a cutscene? Oh my god. Oof.
This is tough. Invincibility star, let's go.
If I'm not the greatest Super Mario Wonder player, may Zeus strike me down right now.
Zeus.
Standing on end?
No, give me that star, give me that star.
Sparkly!
Did it.
Play again.
Hi again.
This breeze sure is nice. This breeze sure is nice.
Elefante.
Wowie
Why can't I be at that fun?
Being Elefante is awesome. No!
This extendo flagpole. This gotta be the tallest in the series.
I didn't even realize. You're right. The extendo. Oh, hydrate time. Thank you, Stick Mom. I'll drink a sip of water. Oh, that was cool.
Oh yeah!
Did you know that you can customize the controls for dashing and ground pounding? No, I didn't. Just open up settings after the menu. You can also turn motion controls on or off, change how you access badges after losing a life, and more.
Could turn them on.
Use the power of the Wonder Seed. Where are you at, Pat?
Still watching the animation.
Oh.
Are you there? Are you seeing this cutscene?
Hold on. I'm getting a little cutscene. Oh, I see that we have some visitors. I must go greet them. Poof! Whoa, holy guacamole. That's a lot of levels. We've reached Shining Falls. I think I remember hearing that there's a royal seed at the top of these waterfalls. If you get turned around, you can check your map with L.
That was a lie. I'm pressing L right now.
Hey, there you are. Let's go to Master Poplin's house.
You better have some goodies for me, bro.
Let's see.
Oh, it's you, Prince. All right then, I welcome you to Shining Falls, where our waterfalls offer a cascade of trials. Are you ready to take on a variety of tests that will challenge you to the fullest? Then set your sights on the very top of these waterfalls. There you will find the royal seed.
Wait. Could I just skip the trials and take the royal seed, please?
Sorry, rules are rules, even for our prince. Only those who overcome the trials can claim the royal seed. I will give you something to help you along the way and will await you farther up these falls. With that, poof!
I believe in you.
Got a Wonder Seed. Thanks, man.
Whoa! Oh yeah!
It looks like we're going to have to pass all these trials and reach the top. Let's be sure to pick out the best badge for the job, okay? Of course, if you ever think we need to change badges, just call me with R. Oh, trials ahead.
Looking to tackle some tricky trials? Lucky you came to the Poplin shop, where we sell everything.
Including this Wonder Seed, which I will take. Thank you.
Come back again sometime.
Gamba, gamba, gamba.
Ooh, let's try this one.
Honestly. Which one are you at?
It says an empty park.
Yahoo!
I'm curious, what is this one? Search party. Find all of the Wonder tokens hidden in the plaza. If you can't find them on your own, look with a friend.
Oh,
What are you doing over there? Gliding.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Oh, you put a standee down. Oh, I got trolled!
No, what the heck?
What happened?
All these invisible blocks, bro.
They got the Mario Maker, remember?
Damn, bro, this is actually a troll. I can't jump anywhere.
Dag nabbit.
Why do I have to do a frame perfect down and X input to put a standee down?
Frame
Crazy.
perfect.
You actually have to press down and X in the same frame.
Yo.
That's not-
I'm not finding anything. Oh, I found a coin.
Where?
You hit this block right here. How many coins do you have right now?
3.
I have 3 as well. Is this the top? Is there nothing beyond here? I think so. I think that's the top.
Oh.
Hmm. Where's the rest of my money?
That old guy says, is this a game where you can compete against another person versus where the second person just helps, like in the Lego games? Ah, that's a good comparison, that old guy. You can only compete in terms of racing. At the beginning of the course, if we both start a race, then we can try to challenge who can get to the end first, but we usually don't do that. Other than that, you can't really interact with the other player, except for if you die, then you can, as a ghost, go over to the other player and then they can revive you. So there's that. But you can't actually make contact with the other player. Like, he can't jump off my head right now. So it's a little disappointing because me and Pat would have really enjoyed if we could bounce off each other's heads and whatnot instead of being a silhouette like he is now, or not silhouette, but you know, being ghostly, translucent. That's the word. But we can still help each other.
Hello? Where is the rest?
Yeah, there ain't nothing out here. Oh!
The heck? Oh, okay. I see where the rest of the vision was. I could have sworn I jumped there, but whatever.
Why? Me too!
That's the.
Oh, I found
fourth
one! Alright, now I just need one more.
I understand it now.
That old guy says, I love that a selling point of a good game is the ability to bounce off your friend's head. Exactly! They should have let you do that, but instead we can't interact directly. We can't directly interact with each other. But thankfully, we can still play the same levels at the same time, like we're doing now. And again, we can save each other if we die. So it's something. I'll take it. It could be better. You could jump off your friend's head, but I'll take this instead.
No Return to Dreamland, I'll tell you that.
I have that. I have Return to Dreamland Deluxe. You just gotta come over so we can play it. Just drive over here real quick. Take an Uber.
Alright. Alright, I just checked. It says it's gonna be $2,000.
Exactly. No sweat. Stacy says, talking of bouncing off your head, I like your green Mario headband. Thank you. Did you see it yet, PoptartPat?
I just noticed as soon as she said that.
I got green Mario. Green Mario. Stacy, do you know where to get the last coin? If you know it, then I'll mod you.
Ask Aru.
If only he wasn't playing Silent Hill F, we could ask Aru. Where's the last coin?
I found it. It's right here.
What the? Paddock
Very
is
perfect standee. Jesus Christ.
Oh!
Jesus Christ.
Did it send the chat again? Which chat are you? Do I? Huh? I heard my name. I haven't said anything. Oh no, we were.
It's right here.
We were saying we were trying to find the last coin, and I was saying we can't ask Aru because he's playing Silent Hill. So that's why I said your name. Let's go, we did it!
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, it's over there. Thanks, Aru. Coming in clutch. Nice.
Appreciate it.
Alright. Still can't do this one. Where are you at? The Hoppy Cat trial? Hop, and away!
Here we go!
Sounds like a Poppy playtime villain.
The Hoppy Cat. Did you hear that, Dad, old guy? Do you agree that it sounds like a Hoppy playtime villain? Oh, I'm no longer Elefante. Ha! Oh, they're jumping when we jump. I kill them.
Oh, okay. Can we
Super
get that
hot
check?
fire. I can see why you like this game, Aru. It just has a lot of game. It is very game.
That's a trap down there. Don't do it. Oh, there's a vine.
Oh. I lost my super hot fire.
What, has Dad old guy played Poppy Playtime?
He has watched it, I believe. I think he and Bastra watched a VTuber play it. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, that old guy. That old guy says, I have a lot of playthroughs. Oh, he's seen it. He had it watched. I've watched a lot of playthroughs. I still have the dumb dolphin kick one badge.
Bro, use it. These things are messing me up, bro. Get it. Oh my god.
Dag nabbit. Oh, that almost got me.
You got some whoever got by that sucks.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I know, I can't imagine. Did you get the Wonder Seed, bro?
I did.
Now they're Ginorstas!
Ginormous.
Oh no!
It's lunch.
Ginormous. Ah!
Oh no!
Wow, this is actually some of the best 2D Mario levels I've ever played.
I know, right? Like, these levels are going in. I gotta admit, I was a little skeptical at first, but it's reeling me in. Again.
Oh, there it is.
Got the Wonder Seed!
Give me that. How'd you get big, bro?
I had it in storage by pressing A.
Cheats.
That old guy says, of each level. I forgot, I didn't read that last part. So he's watched a lot of playthroughs of each level of Poppy Playtime. Oh, I see. So I jump. Hey! What the flip? Never mind.
Did you kill one?
I jumped, but only one of them jumped, so it messed me up.
Dang. I had two of them. The third one was just chilling there. I was scared.
The picture is of me dying.
What?
The picture was of me dying. Why?
I'm looking at stream right now.
That's not cool. I'm saving a replay of that.
So many spiky spikes, yet so little fear. You possess great courage. Poof!
Alright, look at this. The picture is of me dying to it. Why would they do that? That's so mean. Alright, let's go here.
It looks like it comes with a badge.
Ooh, I see it.
Give me that.
Crouching high jump. Ah, we're going frog mode.
What's that girl's name for My Hero Academia?
Froppy.
Froppy Bode.
Crouching high jump. Crouch and then charge up to jump higher than usual. Back in my day, Luigi could just do that.
Go for it!
True.
Crouch, then jump!
Alright, I see.
Oh, no. How?
Oh, I got it.
I got too big for my britches.
Woo! Got it.
Wait for it!
Icarus laughed, for
First
he
try.
knew that if he was falling, that meant he soared.
Alright, this way!
What?
I said Icarus laughed because it meant if he was falling, that meant he soared.
What? Did you just come up with that?
Nah, no.
I thought for a second. Woo! I'm
Bro
big
thought I
again.
was Aurelius. Oh, you got that. That was tough.
Let's go.
I did it! Yo-ho!
Oh, the picture isn't of me dying this time.
Alright!
To me failing my jump. That's kind of crazy. What are the requirements for them to take a photo?
That's a good question. Yes, please wear it. I no longer need this dolphin kick one.
It took me a long time to master that secret technique. Years! And you just learned it so quickly. Well, you will not find the next challenge so easy, I believe. Poof!
He doesn't believe. He says this next one's gonna mess you up.
What? You not know who we are? We are God gamers, bro.
Hey.
Fall Guys champions, bro. You...
Let's go.
Wait, where'd you go?
Into the next
left?
level. Whoa! Holy mackerel.
Is it midway trial?
Yes.
That boy bounced, man. Where'd you go?
I know. I said. Where'd he go? Good question, Pat. Oh, I found a secret mushroom.
What was that?
Oh no, I missed it. I can't go back down either. So get whichever you need to get out of there. Oh no.
Points.
There's another power up right here.
Oh, nice. Wait, so that means it's Elefante time?
And Avante.
Wait, where was your mushroom at?
It was in that box.
This one?
Yep.
Aw, it didn't give me one. It didn't give me an Elefante.
Scam? See, I've been spamming this big jump. I needed to use a little jump there.
Oh, yeah?
You got me,
Just
bro.
saw the weirdest thing.
What'd you see, Flower? The Flower said, I just saw the weirdest thing.
I just saw the weirdest thing.
What did he see?
Wait. What'd you see that at, bro? Let me know. I like weird stuff.
What are these little guys?
Choombas? Aroombas? Oh my goodness.
Pat, what's going on?
I'm getting worked. By the simplest stuff.
Hey, you're big again.
Oh, it's this guy. It's this guy. We gotta get that guy. Yeah, hit him. That's the Wonder Seed. Oh.
Oh, I got a fire flower.
This boy got bunnies. Did you not get the Wonder Seed?
No, I haven't got it yet. Now I got it. Alright, what's gonna happen this time? Oh, I turned into one! Yo. The hop.
I need the lore on this man's butt, bro. Why's there a timer? I'm nervous.
This is awesome. Whee! I got hops. PoptartPat playing basketball be like, oh! Did you have hops like that?
One time.
Hey.
Have you ever had a C4 energy?
Yeah. Oh no, I haven't, but I've heard of them.
I jumped into those one time in high school. I had super hops that day.
I see.
Ooh! Ah!
Oh, I only have 30 seconds left. I was enjoying the level.
Bro.
I did it!
The fireworks were so good. I hope they happen again.
Me too. I like the fireworks. No! How do I get it?
Right here.
Oh.
How did you do that, bro? I gotta be framed perfectly. Ridiculous.
Ow.
Step.
Wonder seed number 2.
Bye-bye.
Oh, they took a picture when I was that flying
All
thing.
right.
So you managed to overcome that trial? Maybe you do have what it takes. The trials ahead will test your mettle in harder ways. Prepare yourself. Poof!
The sharp trial.
That boy is mini.
Uh-oh, it's a 4-star.
Oh my goodness.
Holy mackerel.
Kaizo.
It's a Kaizo level.
Dante's up there, no!
What's up?
I'm gonna die perpetually, to be honest. That the cart has left me.
No, I fell!
No! Too bad. Oh my goodness. I had to restart. Not
Again?
bro.
Pat,
To
what's
keep
going
getting me, stop
on?
power up breathe. I want that power up bad, bro.
How am I supposed to get that?
No.
Wow, sorry.
There we go.
How are we supposed to get the 10 coins? They're surrounded with spikes.
Skill, to be honest.
I have no idea.
Oh, we
Alright.
gotta get the guys to break them.
Oh. I didn't know they were like that.
My fault, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Exactly.
Wait, how did you get down there, though?
Did you get it?
No.
You just go
know
like
how to
this.
get down there. You're walking through the pipe?
What?
There's a pipe right here.
What happened? What? There ain't no pipe.
Look, there's a pipe. There's a pipe right here, look.
Jump. Did it work?
You see me sliding on this pipe?
There's nothing there, bro. Just walk through it.
Bro. He's gaslighting me,
Ooh, elefante. We're both elefante.
Elefante! Alright, I gotta pay attention to this. Oh. Oh.
What happened?
Move, you big goomber! Oh my god, that sounded derogatory.
Oh! Where'd you go?
I hit the Wonder Seed.
No!
I accident.
That killed me.
My bad, bro.
Dag nabbit.
Four-star level difficulty, my butt.
Dag nabbit. Bro got Goomba. No, you weren't supposed to see that. I did not. I did. I did get Goomba.
Wowie zowie!
What the heck was that? It came back like a boomerang.
What?
The little jump thing.
Whew. I'm not getting Goomba'd again.
Hey, hey, hey.
Nah! I fell for the oldest trick in the book. No! Now I gotta do this whole level again, bro.
Did you die for real?
Yo.
Oh, I'm looking. Looks like you're doing well right now. What happened?
Ah!
Oh,
I found the Wonders flower! I'm glad I died. I missed that.
you missed the Wonder-ful?
Yeah, the first time around. I was playing a totally different game from y'all. There we go. I like playing as this jumpy thing.
I have 0 channel points.
What?
Oh, those are bits.
Oh.
I'm so like, what the hell?
0 channel points.
I know that's a damn lie.
Yo. I got the Wonder Seed. Boy is screaming at the top of his lungs. Gotcha. Thank you. Got it. Woo! I won. Oh wait, your Discord thing ain't on here. I forgot.
Yo-ho.
Oh,
There we go.
but Randall was talking. Just the void.
Stretching time. Oh, I got a good elbow pop just now. That was nice.
You moved along those platforms as though you've been doing it your whole life. It was a sight to behold. Poof!
Why does he keep saying that? He's trying to make Poof happen.
Bro thinks he's Poof from Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, yeah. Oh, got a good wrist pop. Mario works as a plumber with his little brother Luigi. Poof! Oh no, now Stacy's saying it. My whole chat
Did you
is
go
gonna be
into
poof!
the timer touchdown? Okay.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh no, not me. Flopping.
Oh, pow. Pow.
I'm killing it, I'm killing it.
Yeah.
Huh. Whee. No. Ah, gotcha. Huh.
He's killing it. Bro thinks he's David.
What? Like from the Bible?
No, with the 4 in the name.
With the 4 in the name?
Pow.
What
I'll
David?
type that out.
David don't got a 4 in it.
Yeah. Pow.
Whee!
Yeah. Oh. Pow.
Ah! There we go.
Just a bit more.
Yeah.
Hurry.
Oh.
Wonder see. Ah! Whee!
Oh, yeah.
Nice. David with the
Yippee.
ban and in-game action? I have that as a redeemable Kirby Books reward?
Yep. I meant to do it last round, but no running. No running.
What?
No running next round.
Since when did I put that in there? What?
I made it up.
You're insane. What the heck?
Let's go.
No running is crazy. Savage.
Let's see how we do. We're gonna watch it, chat. No running.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! I got cracked immediately.
I'm alive.
Oh my god! This standee stuff is really pissing me off.
Why do you have to do it frame perfect?
I guess I gotta hold down. Yeah, hold down. He running, chat. He running.
Oh no!
Scam.
Why did
Hey,
you
streamer
say?
in the chat.
Ah! I got it. I'm gonna make it worse. No glasses time. Oh no.
Great job.
Whee! Boom, 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 boom. Whee!
Let me see.
Cheat! Boo! No, that old guy's booing me! No!
Boo this man!
Pew, 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 pew.
Nice work.
I'm not a cheat, I'm not a cheat, I swear!
Dazzling.
Whee! Boom, 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 boom.
Great job.
10 seconds. 9.
What?
8.
Oh, it resets!
7. Oh, okay.
I didn't even see that.
Wow.
Boo was to scare you. Oh! Huh! It worked. I thought you were booing him. Me
Same.
too.
Nice work. Wow.
I'm invincible forever.
Great job. Go, go.
No! Yay.
Stars.
I did it!
Oh my. I dropped my controller. Alright, I figured out the tech. I figured out the standee tech.
What do you do now?
You hold down, you don't press them at the same time.
Yeah. It's much easier that way.
Thank you.
Huh, it got me crouch jumping.
Oh, yeah!
Break time? Another break time?
You're able to follow their complex movements? Even I cannot move within their waves so well. Is the master at risk of proving a mere student? Poof!
Stop with the poof.
That was his way of saying we're built different.
Hey. He's learning from us.
Watch and learn, bro.
Go, go, go. Hurry.
Oh. Pow! Oh!
Nope.
You've got this.
Thank you.
No!
You've definitely died more times
on
than I
the
have.
last frame. It says you left the room.
No, not again. Gosh darn it.
Yeah!
Yep, communication error occurred. Exiting the friend room. Let me rejoin.
Let's go!
Beep.
Go, go.
All right, I'm back in the race course.
Yeah!
I bet.
Hurry.
Hurry up, Mario.
I'm in there, I'm in there, I'm in there.
There you are.
Oof. I can make it. Oof. Speed run strats. Oh. Speed run strats, no. My nanosecond time save. Oh my god, I'm dying forever now. There we go. You actually need to hit these blocks.
Yup.
Sucks.
Already hit him.
Easy time.
Woohoo! Poof!
Oh yeah.
Another poof from Stacy. Alright, where are we dropping? Here?
Piranha plantation.
Piranha Plantation! That's a good pun. The final trial?
Here we go.
Well, we already beat the game?
Too easy, bro. We need to make this harder, bro.
Now for the final trial. You will pass this test if you can find the hidden goal, the true endpoint. Stay vigilant as you proceed. This trial demands it. Poof!
Off you go!
Wow. Oh yeah.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. I freaking died.
I died too.
I like how it just killed me straight up. I didn't even turn into a ghost.
Because I already was a ghost. Alright, let's go at the same time so that if we die, we can save each other. I'm killing it. I'm not.
Wonder seed. Oh no, I grabbed the wonder seed.
No! How
I'm
could
sorry,
you?
bro. It called to me. It's like a moth to a flame.
Don't go to the light.
Off you go!
That mushroom goes hyper speed.
Did you get it?
No, I'm still a tiny man.
Off you go! Off you go! Wow! Off you go! Wow! Wow! Wow!
Got it.
Let's go.
Whoa!
Ma.
I need to get that 10 coin.
It's a trap. Oh, you got it.
How do I get it?
Which one are you talking about?
The one that's right here.
Bro, I'm still watching stream. Oh, I actually don't know.
Right? It's so hard.
Maybe you don't rep Wonder Seed.
Oh, you're right.
Go, 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 go!
Where are we dropping?
VOD time.
Wow! Well, excellent! Whoa.
Wait, you're still on the level.
Yeah. I spent a while trying to get that 10 coin.
Yo-ho.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Royal Seed Mansion.
Is this it? You gonna give me that Royal Seed now, bro?
You have done well facing the trials of Shining Falls and rising to the challenge. With that final test behind you, your trials are over. We did it. Does that mean? It does. The Royal Seed is yours. You've earned it, and my respect. I have nothing more to teach you. But what did I really teach you? Nothing at all! Ha ha!
What?
Bravo!
The Royal Seed. Yay. And so, Luigi's party bravely overcame the trials. However, their journey through the Flower Kingdom is far from over. Was this the only the first final trial of many? Will they be able to find the remaining royal seeds?
I believe in you.
Thank you, Talking Flower.
Let's use a propeller flower to go back to the Petal Isles. I know the shimmering scenery is real pretty, but don't forget to hold on tight.
Bro, what are we going back here for?
Yo.
Back to the Petal Isles.
Oh.
Hey, you pests! Stop attacking my sweet, defenseless cloud piranhas! Grr, don't mistake my anguish for defeat! Just listen to this. Bowser! It is. What's he doing? Bowser's doing something. Preparations for the big, no, the huge wonder are still on track. Why don't you knock off all this fighting back stuff and just look forward to it? It's going to be positively captivating! Gwahahaha!
That doesn't sound good at all. What could he be planning? We have to hurry and keep collecting royal seeds. The sooner we get them all, the sooner we reach Bowser. Let's see. There are 3 more royal seeds to go. They're likely in the sun-baked desert, fungi mines, and deep magma bog. If you want to check where they are on the kingdom map, first press L, then press X. Where should we go first? Why don't you choose?
We get to choose?
Where we dropped it?
Here. Hydrate time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, new thwomp.
Thank you. Oh, that got me.
Oh, you can break the crystals.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Oh, this music slaps. Let's go, Stacy.
Anything to say?
Woo! It does slap.
Ooh, new power up.
Dang, you get to be Drill Mario and I just have to be regular old Luigi.
I don't even know what this does for. Oh, I can go under jump.
Yup.
Okay.
Enjoy it. So I can't. Balloon Mario.
No, Drill Mario gone.
Come on, Pat, you're supposed to be Drill Mario. Oh, the only way to
I
go there
am.
is by being Drill Mario.
Come on, man. Don't tell me that was just coins. My disappointment is immeasurable.
That's fair. I'm Drill Luigi! Let's go back!
Oh yeah, you're right. Hold on.
I almost forgot my drill hat. Oh, you can do it on the ceiling too! Nice. Oh, the ground pound. Nice.
That flower had nothing to say. Oh wait. Can we go in here? No, my drill powers.
My drill power.
There's a vine up here.
Hey.
Let's go.
The Wonder
Oh, there it
Flower.
is.
Whoa!
Oh! No, I want that. I want that. I want that.
Holy mackerel.
Boy, tripping. Oh snap. Got it.
Oh yeah.
Did you get it?
Yup. Thanks to you.
Bet. Let's go, let's go.
Way to go!
Got it. Did you find the Yoshi block here?
I did. Oh, there's a path up here. Yep, skipping your level, bro.
I died!
Oh, come back. Oh, I can't come back.
It was entirely my fault. I just wanted to jump through that part that we skipped, so I went through it and then I got crushed.
Bro knows what happened to the cat.
What?
Oh
That was bogus.
No.
Alright, I made it. Oh my... Pat, why aren't you here, man? I need you to save me.
I can't go back until I have
Gosh. Come on, I saved you when you died, man. Where's the returning the favor?
you. No, you're gaming right now. See you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, she's gaming.
Got it.
yeah.
I kept dying to those spiny things.
I saw.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, the picture's me dying, of course.
Yippee!
Where are you at? Oh, you just got out of there.
You can prepare a trip to the sun-baked desert from here.
Yeah, let me get a strawberry milkshake and an umbrella with a lawn chair attached to it.
I just got swimming blue toad.
Forgot Nabbit was in this game. You can get the same one twice? Boo, Gamba.
Outstandies.
Horrible Gamba.
Sun-baked desert.
sun-baked desert is so dry and deserty. I'm gonna take all the water for myself. Everyone else is gonna be so thirsty, but not me.
Oh, so they're gonna be like my chat.
Oh my goodness, this is ginormous.
It is.
So this is the sun-baked desert. There's white sand everywhere. It makes all the dunes look so bright. I think the palace here will have another royal seed. Phew, it's really hot, but let's keep going as best we can. And press L if you need the map.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Here we go.
Are you ready for this desert, Pat?
Oh no, man, it's humongous.
So hot.
Is it hot in here, or is it just me?
Oh no, you see the stash? I'm crazy.
Ah, I'm so thirsty. Where's all the water? Oh, my prince! I'm sorry to say that I have none to offer you. I have some, I just don't want to give it to you. An awful scoundrel has come to the sun-baked desert and stolen almost every drop of our water. Help us, please! You've got to get our water back. I'll even give you a wonder seed to help you on your way. What a horrible situation. Let's hurry to the palace and do what we can before all the poplins in the desert wilt.
You got a wonder seed.
Wahoo!
Wahoo!
All right.
We did it.
Prince, this oasis has the very
Is this
last
a waterfall? Go under here.
Sandfall.
This oasis has the very last of the water left in the sun-baked desert. There used to be a lot of water around the palace, but that was before that kid stole it all. I'll keep an eye on the oasis, but please take back our palace.
Go under this waterfall.
Okay. Oh, snap.
Let's go.
Jump in time with the rhythm. Try to stick with to the beat.
One. One. Oh, yeah. One.
What? And up. The timing's off for me because my OBS has delayed Elgato capture audio.
I'm just looking at the ninjas. I don't have audio.
Oh yeah. You not hearing this fabulous music, bro?
No, it'll come through the mic.
Oh yeah. Unless you could get headphones or something.
Tis true, tis true. Oh.
This is getting me!
One.
Oh,
One. One.
This is so hard with the delayed audio. I'm trying to
bruh, how
ignore it.
is this? Get back here. Oh. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, you won.
Oh, forgot we were racing.
Good excuse? Oh, I see what you're saying, Stacy.
Oh.
Good excuse.
Bye-bye.
How could you? Look at me.
Yippee!
1, 2, 3, jump! You really got into the beat. We received this rhythm jump badge as a prize too.
Yeah, let me get that. I want to see what that does.
Want me to wear it?
Sure. What does it do?
Earn coins by jumping in time with the beat. Man, don't get your...
Pat, if you go near this level, then you can hear like this music playing from outside. Like it's like do 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 hey do 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 hey, and it goes away once you leave it.
The timed high jump badge is perfect for desert treks. Pick one up.
Timed high jump. Time consecutive jumps just right to jump higher than usual. You'll even jump high on sand. Sure, I'll buy it. And a wonder seed. Yes. I was wondering about the consecutive jumps. I like that that's a thing. Like, I was like, it's so disappointing that triple jumping doesn't give you a high jump anymore. It's a little sad that it's limited to a badge, but at least it's something. Where are you going?
I'm hitting these question marks.
Oh.
I don't know what the other one is. I'm just going to this level. Valley full of schnoodles. You see the Goombas scream before you jump on top of them?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. The horror of it all. Oh, there we go. There's my triple jump. Hush, hush, hush.
Dag, nabbit.
It's freaking stupid jelly, bro.
Low battery on my
What is that?
Joy-Cons. Hold on. I gotta replace my Joy-Cons. It says low battery on one of them.
All the motion controls, bruh. Calm down with that.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey,
What did I miss?
hey, hey, ha. Hey, hey, ha,
Aren't you glad to have the triple jump back?
ha.
Yeah, I feel so free.
I know, right?
Hey, ha. Hey, ha. Hey, hey, ha. Oh.
There we go.
No, I love dying, bro. I'm so good at it.
Good spot for a rest.
Dang it. Ah! He caught me. EP Goomba. Never mind, you killed him. No, I didn't need to kill the EP Goomba. Oh, there's the EP Goomba. And there he goes.
Bro, they're generous with the power-ups. I'm not mad.
Dang. I want him power up.
No, this triple jump's broken. Elefante!
And I got a coin. I got a coin.
How did you get a
from it.
coin out of that?
I got a single coin.
I feel like El Macho right now.
So long.
Ooh, all the coins.
Did we miss a Wonder Seed?
What? Is it the end of the level?
Yeah.
So long.
I'm trying to get all these coins.
So long.
There we go. I killed another EP Goomba. We did miss a Wonder Seed.
Thank you.
Ow.
All right.
Ow.
Here we go.
Stacy, guess what I got?
Hey.
Hiya.
Ha.
Hiya.
Hey. Ha. Pow.
Fastra. Welcome in. Shout out to Fastra. Or shout out, Fastra redeemed shout out time and said, myself, because I only just now clocked out of work at 9 p.m. doing 183 stops, with a big chunk of those being apartments where I had to go up to the 3rd floor each time by stairs. Shout out to Fastra for finishing such a monstrous shift with so many stairs, 3rd floor apartments, and so many stops. Shout outs to you, Fastra. You did that. You did it. Stacy said, what? Nice! I know, right? These things are delicious. I'm considering booking a flight to England just to buy these. And Palm Bears. Hello! Says Fastra. Stacy Joanne says, hi, Fastra. You are so strong. Good job. That is true, Fastra. You really did that. You really did that. Pat, can you imagine delivering 183 stops with having to go up to the 3rd floor of apartment complexes?
I can't even count the 3, bro.
Yeah, just to buy them.
insane.
Sure. Yes, just to buy Palm Bears. How could you doubt me, Stacy? I'm considering it. Because then I can buy delicious Palm Bears. Alright, let's find this Wonder Seed, shall we? Where do you think it is, Paticus?
It's gotta be somewhere stupid. Do you see anything with this?
I died trying to explore. What could it be?
Maybe it has something to do with this.
Wait, what? What are you doing? Oh, there's a block here. Oh. Nice
I
find,
don't
Pat.
know what it does.
Oh, I found it.
How? Oh, I see. Wait, no, how?
Right here. Jump right here.
Oh, bro! I told you it's so much stupid.
Fashion says,
No.
I need everyone in chat's opinion. What should I buy myself for dinner as a reward for myself? How about
Chicken tonkatsu!
chicken
Curry.
takatsu? Finally, the game's fast enough for me. I wish the whole game was like this.
It's just how I game on the regular. Oh, you
I
don't
got
get a
it.
coin.
I'm gonna be Elefante, Pat.
Elefante bros.
We're Elefante in slow motion. Ooh, Aru says cup ramen, save money. Dang, when Pasha said everyone in chat, that meant everyone in chat. Even Aru was summoned. Stacy says a birthday cake. Okay. And oh, Pasha says Aru makes a good point. Yeah, you would save money to get some cup ramen. How about you get some Somebody once told me. How about some Chick-fil-A? That seems right. Here's the lore. Campbell's noodle soup and ramen noodles. It tastes kind of banging. That is such an interesting combination. Have you considered that before, Pat? Campbell's noodle soup and ramen noodles?
Mm-mm.
I'm no longer an elefante.
Such a shame. Truly a tragedy.
That is such a unique combination, Aru. Chick-fil-A is not cheap. Uh-oh.
But you know what it is? It's bussin'.
Yeah, there we go.
It's bus.
Bye-bye.
Aru makes a good point times 2.
Yippee!
Pat, I found another frog mode one.
Where you
In
at?
fact, all fast food prices are so insane I just go to restaurants. It's not that big a price difference anymore. That's a good point. Times 3. Put times 3 faster. That's another good point.
Yahoo!
You just go
What
to like...
kind of restaurants? Wonder.
What'd you say?
So what kind of restaurants? I wonder.
Aru makes a good point. Times 3. Getting a Whataburger meal should not be comparable to getting a full steak meal at Texas Roadhouse should. Oh, comparable to getting a... Yeah, that's a good point, Aru. I didn't really think about that. Like, the price of those things is so similar. Yeah, it's not fun.
Oh.
Stacy,
Okay.
Joanne, what kind of restaurants do you like to go to over there? Do you ever go to the Cadbury's restaurant?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Hi. You waited for me. And then you started crying.
No, because I missed the coin. I fumbled. Fumbled and flipped and tumbled.
I got it!
Okay.
Stacy says, I don't think that's a real thing. There is a Cadbury's restaurant. Just go to it.
Yeah. Oh.
Aru says it's like 1.5 times TBH. You mean like the price?
Come with me.
Fasha said, well, I'm currently wearing my work uniform and I don't want people to stare, so drive-thru is my only option. I got you. Well, again, my vote is Chick-fil-A, because like Pat said, it is bussin'. Huh! No! Pat!
You crouched up there.
Ah, you're right.
Ooh. Why'd he give me a mushroom? I'm already big, bro.
I know, right? Hey, we got all 3 purple coins. Uh-oh.
I'm cooked.
Me too.
Wow, how is it just over like that? That kind of sucks. Nah, you dying with me, bro.
I know, right?
If I get arrested, you get arrested too, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Alright.
The impossible jump? What the hell? Help me, help me,
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Bro, no,
Help me! Help me!
no.
Come on, please! Ow! Ah! Why is this happening to me? Ugh! Luigi fell on my head.
McDonald's is always good. Yes. Get you a quarter pounder, large
McDonald's.
fried, a Coke, no pickles.
Ooh, no
Pickles are
pickles.
yucky.
That is a good option too, Fetch, if you're feeling McDonald's. But Aru said this is why you always keep a change of clothes on your car, TBH. Good. Aru makes a good point, ×4. Fancy enough. Oh, wait. Anyway, get yourself some Steak and Shake. Fancy enough to feel like a reward. Cheap enough to be cheap, I guess. Alright. Aru makes a good point. Steak and Shake. That's my new vote. Chick-fil-A, but if you're not feeling that, then Steak and Shake. That sounds like a good one. Or Steak Shack. Shake Shack. Alright. Pat, how do you do this part?
Like that.
Don't just
You jump
flex
out the
on him.
left wall first.
Or I can just skip the jump entirely.
Bro, he cheated, y'all. He
Wait.
just want me to do all the hard work, bro. Just like in school, bro. Just copying off more work.
Yo, how do you do this part though? Oh, I did
The
it.
left side.
Look at my stream, I did it.
Keep at it.
You did it without the super jump too.
Wait. No, the time's running out.
Where's the finish line for you, bro? That's
Dang. Shake Shack, that's the lore. That's the lore. Only real ones remember me posting a picture of me in front of Shake Shack to Twitter.
Bye-bye.
The closest Steak and Shake is over an hour away. That sucks. That's so not fair.
Oh, yeah.
What about Shake Shack, Fastra? Alright. Ooh, Bouncy Tunes. You ready for Bouncy Tunes, Paticus?
better not be no rhythm jump, bro.
I know this song! Pat, you gotta unmute, just for this one level.
Oh my goodness. Actually peek? Peek in my video game? Why'd it end?
Why did it end?
I'm telling y'all, yeah. Super Mario Sunshine is the best 3D Mario game of all time.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
I still gotta play more of it. I've played so little. Ooh, this guy's tough. We can't do that yet.
You only got 7, bro. Let me get my bands up. When I come back.
I got 8.
What?
And did you not buy it from the shop?
No, I didn't.
That's it. There's a shop. He also had... Shake Shack is over 20 minutes, a bit further than I'd like. Alright, how about Chick-fil-A? Defeat all the enemies to open each gate. Oh yeah, this one!
What you gonna pick?
I'm gonna pick... Elefante.
There we go.
Do it for the bit. Let's go. Wait, how do you kill these things? These things are invincible.
What is that? Is that a mummy?
Oh. You gotta expose them.
Hmm? Oh, unravel.
Yo.
Okay.
Oh shit!
I need to hurry up. Someone cooked here.
See, it's hard.
Yeah, that don't hit me out of nowhere.
P. Terry's. Stick Mom comes in with a goated pick. P. Terry's. P. Terry's though, Fastra? Question mark. Stacy says expose them. Yeah, that's what you gotta do, man. Fastra says Chick-fil-A is only 8 minutes, and it's a quote-unquote quick detour from home. Nice. Ah! It's the Steven Universe watermelon spitting seeds thing. Remember that, Fastra? The Steven Universe watermelon spitting?
Yeah, get you a cherry berry Sprite.
Stick Mom says, I have through closes at 1 a.m. What is I have through? They took mercy on us not having these watermelon seeds do damage. It just knocks you back. Because if these did damage, I would have been dead an hour ago.
Yeah. What is P. Terry's?
You don't know P. Terry's? It's this real good burger joint. It's delicious.
No, I've never had no P. Terry's.
Oh, once you come here... Oh wait, it's in Texas. Once you go to Texas, you gotta get yourself some P. Terry's. The drive-thru closes at 1 a.m.
I was gonna go to Texas anyway. You don't know why, bro? I saw on TikTok, bro. They got some... It's in San Antonio. They got a freaking dinosaur burrito, alright? It's a short rib and mac and cheese in the burrito. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to crack that open.
Yo, where at?
Oh, it's this food truck.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Yes. And I guess I'll try some P. Terry's too.
Yup.
I never heard of it.
No, I died!
Oh snap. I'm about to die.
I accidentally just jumped in with no power up.
Can you go back?
Oh, wait, let me try. No. I gotta do restart course.
I gotta restart anyway. You have to be in 100 seconds.
100 seconds?
Well, actually 200.
What you gonna pick?
You get the Wonder seat anyway. That's just the fastest time.
Tough choice.
Damn, I'm going back. Yeah, I messed up, bro.
Alright, 35 seconds so far. We're doing good. No! I did not mean to do that. I need the fire flower for this one.
What you gonna pick? Tough choice.
Shuts down game. Imagine. I'm just that heated. No!
Oh no!
What you gonna pick?
Oh yeah!
Tough
Wow,
choice.
Zowie!
100 seconds is impossible, by the way.
Not if you're me. Watch me, I'm about to do it. Giving him the old trunk whip. Mm-hmm.
Hey! What? Hey! What?
Look at all this trunk whipping I'm doing.
I was late by 66 milliseconds, bro. They are hating.
Alright, I cleared the piranha plant watermelons pretty good. You said I have 100 seconds?
You have 200. 100 is the fastest. Oh, that trunk going stupid. What you gonna do with all that trunk? All that trunk inside that trunk.
Ah! Yeah!
92 seconds. 94.
Doable.
What? I didn't know there was Hammer Bros.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Wow.
Congratulations!
Pat, look at my time.
102.51. Oh my god, my boys. Speedrun strats?
2 seconds above the best time. Fascia says, I was on my way to Chick-fil-A. Then I saw McDonald's on the way, and nuggets sounded really good right now. So you're gonna go for the nuggets at McDonald's? That's a good pick, Fascia. Okay, I'm gonna try that one more time, see if I can get the fastest time.
I bet.
Hydrate time? Alright.
Race me.
What you gonna pick?
Wowie, zowie!
Tough choice. Why not pick your favorite?
Here we go.
Let's go. Oh my goodness.
I had to
This
restart.
guy's trolling me.
I got too awful. So now I'm in possession of a 10-piece nuggets meal, Powerade, and what should have been a strawberry banana smoothie, but the teenager misheard me and got a strawberry shake
Why not pick your
instead.
favorite?
Aww, Fastra. How'd you order it that fast?
That's food for real.
Hey. Oh, it started at 50. Pat, remember how, like, when you restart it, it doesn't restart your time for some reason?
Mm-mm.
It kept it at 50 seconds when I started, so I had to exit out the whole course.
you gonna pick?
Oh, yeah! Wowie zowie!
I'm on the second level. I'm already at 87. It's not gonna work.
Oh. Hey!
Shake.
Yeah! Yeah. Ha-ha!
Strawberry shakes are one of my favorites, says Stick Mom. Oh, nice. So it would have been a happy accident if you got a strawberry shake.
Bro, elephant is broken.
I know.
Yahoo!
What you gonna pick?
Ha-ha! Wowie zowie! Hey! Oh.
They knocked him down? What the hell?
Hey! Ha-yow! Oh. Hey! Yeah! Ha! Hey! Ow! Ha! Yeah!
Rollin', welcome in, man. How you doing? It still doesn't stand above a mocha frappuccino from McDonald's after route, in my opinion. Ooh, the mocha frappuccino. How you feeling about the mocha frappuccino from McDonald's, Pat?
Never had it.
Never had it.
Never, ever.
Hey!
Never, ever.
Yeah!
Oh my god, I lost my broken power up. No.
Ha! Oh, ha!
How about you? Have you had it?
I think so. It's pretty good.
Hey! Ha! Hey! Yeah!
Me personally, I'm a fan of a big cola.
Doing well, about to start the grind again in World of Warcraft. Also, Pat, if you're feeling down, get yourself one.
Here we go!
I needed that about a week ago. I was bedridden.
Oh yeah.
What you gonna pick?
But does that taste like coffee? I don't like the taste of coffee, says Faster.
What? What? Oh hell no!
Hey! Oh! Yow!
I can do this. I just need to get a lucky run. Coffee is bad, I have to agree. What? Tastes like victory from my experience. There you go, Throlin.
What you gonna pick?
I'm saying, man.
Wowie zowie!
So Stacy, what do you use when you're tired? What do you do? Oh, I found a tech just now. That's definitely gonna speed up my time.
Hey!
Let's take this share.
Yeah!
was like a way to get the guys with the tall hats. I don't know how to recreate it, but it was really fast. Sleep? Ayo, energy drink. Okay, that works. Energy drinks are good too. But sleep is probably the best answer.
Elefante is broken. I'm a world record pace. Let's go. There's no way I can fumble this. Oh my god, fumbling in progress?
Red Bull or Monster, Stacy? Stacy says, I don't have them a lot, but I prefer Monster.
81 seconds. Chat, he got a green split. Come on.
Ooh.
Come on. Come
Pat!
on.
Pat, are you
Go.
seeing this?
Summoning Salt, where you at?
Let's go! I did it! I knew it could be done.
Let's go.
Stacy, you probably prefer that because you are a monster. That's why you like monsters. Stacy says, but back in my day, there was like one flavor. Now there's about 15. Holy mackerel. What are all these monster flavors? Let's go! Hey! Basha says, I just parked in my favorite parking spot and have arrived home. Time to devour these nuggets. So earned, Fastra. So earned. Enjoy every single nugget. Alright, Pat, follow me. I want to do one of these secret courses. I want to do one of the Mirage courses. This way.
Are you going to a Mirage? I can't see the level, Brad.
I want to do a Mirage course. Here it is.
What the hell?
Stacy says, wow, that was kind of mean. No, I mean it. I meant it in the nice way. Parachute cap. While
Name
in
a
midair,
nice
press
monster
R,
right now.
shake the controller to open your hat and float slowly downward. I mean, like when you play Fall Guys, you're like a monster, you know? You're like a beast. You're like a, you know, that kind of
He
monster.
called you Scully from Monsters Inc.
Oh, it's time to fly. Oh, it's time to fly.
Time to fly.
What happened? Why didn't my guy go far enough? Pat, stop moving! Stop!
I can't. Look what you made me do, man.
Pat, get back here.
It's time to fly.
Why don't you use your parachute cap like you're supposed to?
I'm going for speed, bruh.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Summoning Salt. No, not like the ugly kind of monsters. It's okay, you don't have to say it. Wow. No, Stacy. Where the wild things are. Ah!
That's
All
funny.
right, this way.
I'm right back. Oh, there you go. I'm about to fumble.
Hang in there, okay?
Yahoo!
Aww. Literally, bro just called me out in chat and expects me to be chill about. I just died while reading your chat. See, that's how devoted I am to my stream's chat. I die, even if it means dying to read the chat. How do I delete my sub? No, Stacy. Throwin says, "Dang, me personally, Stacy, I would not let that slide." Deserved. Stacy's turning on me. She's gonna undo her 7-stream streak. No.
No.
All right, this way. Yo.
Pat, I'm doing really sucky at this part.
Hang in there, okay?
Which part? This one?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I suck at this level.
Take your time.
Alright. You're the speedrun guy, though.
Yeah, I kind of yellowed it.
Hang in there, okay?
Yeah, wah. Yeah. Oh. Ha.
No!
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Do not say deserved in the chat. Anyone who says deserved will be banned for the next 6 months.
Dang.
All right.
6 months.
Yup. No! I keep getting hit by these piranha plants.
Hang in there, okay?
Pat, this is the single hardest level they've ever had. I don't think you're a monster. I think you're awesome, Stacy. I agree with Throlin. I don't know what kind of slander my chat's trying to get on me, but I agree with Throlin. Throlin says deserved in all caps, spaced out, so there's no missing it. Dang. I would ban you for 6 months if you didn't have a good opinion about mocha frappuccinos
Hang in there,
from
okay?
McDonald's. Thank you, Throlin. At least someone here
Hang in there,
likes
okay?
me. This level is so hard. Pat, why
You're
is this...
jumping too early on that part. Or too high, I should say.
Where am I supposed to jump? I need to get the 10 coin.
All right, this way.
Whee! Oh.
Hang in there, okay?
Oh, you had it.
Yeah. Ha. Oh.
I like you too, Stacy. You knew where the 2012 Olympics took place. Dang, what is this slander against me? It's crazy.
Very good to take to Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia?
Hang in there, okay?
They did have Olympics there. I'm not sure if it
Hang
was
in there, okay?
2012.
Pat, this level is impossible. How are you supposed to get through that part without damage, without being damaged? I need to see you do it.
You said without taking damage? I didn't even do that.
What did you do?
Yeah, I'm coming back in.
Can you go the distance?
I want to see how you do this part, Pat.
I'm telling you, you're jumping too high.
Oh, thank you, Pastra.
Where you at?
Ahead of you.
You're just completing the level.
No, I'm waiting for you. Maybe you should pay attention and not be mean to people in chat. No, you're awesome, Stacy.
Think you can go the distance?
Well, this is the end of the level.
Wait, what? What happened? And why can't... How are we supposed to get those bubbles? How are we supposed to get those bubbles, Pat?
I bet you can make it.
Alright, at least I got the 10 coin. Baby Luigi won.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I remember that part.
All right.
Yeah, sure. All I'm hearing is gaslighting from Bob right now. Oh no. Gosh darn it. Pat, come over here. It's all wiggly and wavy, wobbly. Okay, I want to see you do that part.
Here we go.
Well, you did it.
I didn't. I got past it because I damage boosted, but if I was small Luigi, I would have died.
I think that's how I got past it too.
It's time to fly.
Now that I'm thinking about it.
How are we supposed to... Like, is there some sort of tech that I'm missing? Like... Okay, that was... Wiggling around in the sand like the little snake you are. Stacy!
Dang.
These nuggets make everything I went through today 100% worth it. I'm really glad to hear that you have some really good nuggets, Vastra. Just, like I said, enjoy them and know that you earned those nuggets. You had such a rotten day, but you're not gonna have rotten chicken nuggets. You're gonna have delicious ones. All right, Pat, go ahead and do this part
Hang in there,
without
okay?
getting damaged.
Oops.
Told you.
No. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the small Mario too. Whoosh! No! Bro, what the hell? Oh, watch. No, Nick. No! I told you, I swear to God, I damage boosted that.
Oh!
No! I didn't like the jump.
Get back over here!
I literally died. No.
Come on, Pat. Stop messing around.
Okay?
I'm a game. I'm locked in.
Hang in there, okay?
There you are.
Are you ready?
Hang in there, okay?
You ready for this God Gaming Masterclass?
Yes.
Puss! No! Oh my God.
This
That's
part
actually
is...
really hard.
Why is this part so hard?
Oh, there we go. Let's go!
You did it?
They can't stop me, bro! Yes, sir. No skipping, no skipping, no skipping, no skipping. No skipping, no skipping.
You're crazy.
Think you can go the distance?
How are we supposed to get all those coins?
I have no clue, actually. I guess I didn't know.
I might have figured it out. If you press it, if you mash it, then it kind of comes out and it like, I got a little further. I think that's how you're supposed
Oh,
to
yeah,
do
you're
it.
right.
Yo-ho.
Throlin says, those nuggets are the key to success in life, Fastra.
Yippee.
So right. So right. I found another Mirage course, Pat.
I'm coming. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, Desert Mister.
Here we go.
Ah. Ah.
Is this quick stream? No.
I'm wiggling around in the sand like this little snake I am. So true, Throlin. Key to success in life. I did it!
Let's go. It's a pipe.
Oh. Got it.
But if you mess with things like that,
Stacy!
what will happen?
You sent a big emote! Thank you for that, Stacy. What? That is awesome. It doesn't show in the stream, the thing, but yeah, look at the size of him. Oh, that's awesome. You are awesome for that.
I cannot jump in the sand, bro. Chungus.
Chungus?
Yeah, big Chungus. Big Chungus emote.
Oh, big Chungus emote. That little dude is huge! Casey, you're kind of epic for doing that. Oh, I almost got hit by the bird, but I threw the pot so clutch. I'm Drill Luigi. No, I'm no longer Drill Luigi. Big Chungus! Hey look! Stacy eating Goombas again. This time I'll just let them lie.
Ooh. Yeah.
Eepy boys. Got it.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to kill him.
Oh?
Gotta get up there. I think you're supposed to unravel him slowly.
Dang it. Basher says, I saw a house with the coolest decorations. There are a bunch of kid-sized skeletons, all in the position of running with their arms back, all scattered through the yard. In the middle was the old lady, and the house itself had the windows boarded up with newspapers. Do you mean like from the Weapons movie? No way. A bunch of kid-sized skeletons running with their arms, you know, with the arms on the sides like this.
I just saw that movie last week too.
You saw Weapons?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that
Really good.
insane?
Yes.
Middle
Because
of
at
the
first I
old...
didn't know what was going on, bro.
Yeah. Definitely. And it had the windows boarded up with the newspapers, like how their house was. Stacey says, I haven't seen it yet. I'd recommend it. I think it's a pretty good movie. I even complimented it to their doorbell. What'd you say, Fastra? That's so awesome. With the old lady. Ah, that's so cool. So, Pat, how do I get it again?
How you get what?
How do I get that 10 coin?
I don't know. He disappeared from me forever, so
Oh,
I would say, yeah, I couldn't get him again. Maybe after the checkpoint.
oh, maybe we just need that other badge, the one with the high jump.
Yeah.
Oh, that I really liked it. Nice. I'm trying to get this question mark block, but I can't. I swear you need that. You need that one, the one I'm talking about, the high jump.
I think I need my drill.
Drill, Mario.
Oh, never mind. Pulling that cord, you get a Wonder Seed.
Hey.
What's going on?
Intruder.
Intruder! 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 Ow! Oh. Who goes there?
This one keeps running away from me, bro.
Who goes there? Who goes there?
Nice. Got the Wonder Seed.
Let's go.
Hi again.
I reached the goal. I sent it on Discord if you want to see.
Yippee!
You took a video? Oh, Snap. Witch on the written there on the window. That's so cool. Nice. And then the old lady skeleton. That's so cool, Fastra. Alright, let's go.
It's horrible. Have you seen what's happened to our palace? Ever since that kid got here, I've been too scared to get close. It used to be surrounded by so much pleasant water, too. I'd spend the day there chatting with friends until my petals whirled. But now, I'm staying put here until that kid goes away.
Are you ready for Color Switch Dungeon?
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing they can't fool me with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh, I see.
Oh, welcome. Will you figure it all out? Oh. Yeah. Ah.
That pot had water in it.
What?
Yeah.
That pot I picked up on the left had water in it.
Oh. Oh, I saw.
Oh.
It exploded with water.
Whoa.
Oh. Hmm.
Oh. Wow.
Oh!
Yeah. Ah. Good luck with this one.
I think you forgot something. Oh! There's a key.
Oh.
Good luck with this part. Good luck with this part. You're doing great.
Did you know Gibby is doing a watch-along of weapons this weekend? What? No, I did not know that, but that's cool.
Gibby from iCarly?
Yes! Woo.
Yeah. Oh.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I didn't know that boy's strapped. Give me that one to see. What? Oh, what the? Oh, that'd be a surprise. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Damn, let that be a surprise.
What the heck is that? Who the heck is going on? What is he doing? Ah!
Oh my goodness.
What is this evil Mario? No, Gold Bullet from Holo Stars. Gibby is his most common nickname. You remember Holo Stars, Pat?
Are you talking about Honkai Star Rail?
Yes. You got it.
Yes, I'm the Holo Stars.
Hey, let's go. Ah! Ah! Dag nabbit, this Shadow Mario. Fasher says, no, you know Holo Stars, Pat. Did you ever finish that Haka drawing?
Damn! I forgot all about that. Are you talking about the... I know which one you're talking about too. I need to draw something for Bob here too. I could just not look those out, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not. Why did I think Casper was always starting there?
Casper, yeah. That's an understandable misconception.
Is he freelance?
Yes. He is an indie VTuber.
So the whole stars are Haka, Shinry, Gavitz,
Yes.
Regis,
Yup.
Flayon.
Yup.
Go Bullet must be new. I did not see him before.
Yeah, he's the new. He's part of the newest group, Armis.
Alright, which Holostar member has the best model?
Maybe.
For me, it's in between Battle and Haka.
I was gonna say those two. Those were like the two ones that I was like thinking of. Vettel and Haka.
Two are blessing.
Yup. I survived the evil Mario chasing us.
Yeah, bro, what was he up to, bro? Why is he not in Super Mario Sunshine?
Hey! I like Haka's the most, especially with the variety in his outfits. That's a good point. There's some real nice variety there.
Yeah, what was that all black outfit that he has?
Oh, I think I know what you mean.
The one with the choker?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Hey, we're the Fario. I was trying to say like Fire Mario Bros, but I accidentally said Fario.
The Fario, bro.
It did not come off as I intended it to. Uh-oh,
There's some down here.
Is that death down there, or is that?
No, it's a surprise. It's a door. I need a key to it, though.
Oh. ¿Dónde está la key?
Which way you gonna go?
Bro, he's speaking Italian.
Ooh, 10 coin. Have you seen Bettel's latest outfit, Pat?
I have it.
It is.
Is it a summer outfit?
No, it is a jester outfit, but it is really something.
My mouse. My controller.
No, Pat.
I'm fumbling.
Makes you really think.
Let me look.
Yeah.
Which way you gonna
I
go?
need to see. I need you to see it.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let me enhance, zoom.
Makes you really think.
Nah, his hair is crazy.
Yeah, you see that?
Ho! Ho! Yeah! Ho! Pow! Pow! Pow!
When did this come out?
Ho! Yeah! Ho!
To my
Yeah!
knowledge,
Ho! Yeah! Pow! Yeah! Ho! Yeah! Pow! Ho!
like in the past month.
Pow!
Mm.
Ho! Pow! Yeah! Ho! Pow!
Nah, that's tough.
Yeah! Ho! Pow!
This is so hard.
Pow! Ho! Pow! Ho! Yeah! Pow! Pow!
Never mind, I
Yeah!
did it.
Ho!
Thirst trap battle was not on my bingo card today.
Thirst trap battle.
Nice work.
Basher said, yeah, that's his second outfit. Since then, he got a new outfit with even longer hair, but it can also toggle to his first short-haired look. Have you seen Haka with short hair, Pat?
How did you get down there? Oh, never mind. Nah, I haven't. I'm gonna get down there and I'm check.
Well done. Well done.
There we go. Alright.
There we go.
Yeah! Ha!
Well done.
Short.
Well done.
Yup,
So it would be his third outfit, right?
I think so.
Oh my goodness.
Well done. Well
It's like not reaching
done.
unk status. I'm just dropping stuff randomly with my hands.
No.
Yes. Unka's around the corner, bro. I'm gonna be 30 soon.
No, don't say that.
Well done.
That can't be true.
I
Well
looked up
done.
Haka outfit 3. It's just this Chinese
Well
woman.
done. Well done. Oh,
Stacy said, me too. Mood Pat, me too, LMAO. Yo. Stacy's gonna be
Unks
ancient.
And aunties, bro.
Auntie. How do you feel about that, Fashion? Old AF. Old enough
Wait, I
that you
can't-
would like going to Union Station.
I can't find it.
Faster, what does he need to look up to find it?
well done.
Yes, I need help.
Oh,
Throlin says, geez, am I the youngest in here? I don't know, maybe.
Most likely.
Fashion says, no, there's no way I'm approaching 30.
Yes.
As soon as I turn 30, I'm going to Union Station.
What is Union Station?
You don't Google it.
I'm going to Golden Corral, bro. That's where I'm going.
For the senior citizens discount.
It is.
Trains! Yes!
Oh, train. Oh, it's in KC. That's why I don't know it.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Did we pass by that when I visited?
I don't remember. I was thinking about that. I don't remember if we went.
It feels like it would have been close to that bookstore we were at.
well done.
Huh. Perhaps. Basher says, as far as I know, yes, Roland. Bob is a few months older than you. Oh, no way. Oh, you're so young, Throlin. How could you be so young? It's pretty cool. Okay. It is! It's pretty cool! Trust me, it's so worth visiting.
Yo-ho.
I know what I do visit again. I want to go see K-Dot, bro.
Hey! Kansas Department of Transportation.
Hell yeah, bro.
I want to see that. I want to see him too, though. That would be really cool.
We did it! We made it through the dungeon. This desert really has its share of mysteries and secrets. Oh, speaking of secrets, I heard that there's a badge hidden somewhere in the desert that'll really get your feet moving.
What do you mean by that? I turned 25 in January, and I'm going straight into a retirement home. Same.
Here we go.
I should already be there. You ready for break time lights out, Pat?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright.
Hello.
Oh, shoot. What? I
What
want
I
to
gave
turn the
to be
lights back
25 again, bro.
on. Yeah.
Wait, hit the.
Hello.
I can't move, bro.
Me neither.
Okay.
Stacy!
Hello.
Oh, no, no, no.
I don't want to do this course in the dark.
And for my birthday kid, no, no.
You saw that, right?
Yes. What the hell?
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no.
Stacy said, haha, sorry. I turned 30 in December, and for my birthday gift, I want to be shot in the head. And then she said, sorry. 25 was such a good age to be. It's my favorite number. Wish I could go back.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, no, no.
Everything after 25 just sounds so serious, bro. It sounds way too serious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Dang, look how much faster you were. Relatable Stacy. No, Throlin! Honestly, the only way.
Me.
No, no, no.
Alright, where to next, Pat?
Once you turn 30, you're legally allowed to go feed birds at the park. You can't skip that.
What is this thing here? It's strange, all right, and there are two more of these aside from this one. I've been puzzling over what it's all about for a while.
Oh, Stacy said I already do that. Oh no.
The pre-move.
Stacy got early access. Is that a sign of being old? Because if it is, I've been there for years. Oh, nah, Stacy. I regret to inform you.
Yeah, that is unk activities.
Oh, man. There's no saving you, Stacy. Ooh, come over here.
Hey, don't tell anyone, but we really love Wonder Seeds at this Poplin shop.
Hey, everybody in the kingdom.
Oh, there's a fart. There's a fart power up. Throlin says, wouldn't it be on status?
Yeah, auntie. Yes.
Auntie, yeah. Dash a little faster than usual. You'll even walk a little faster too, even across sandy areas. Alright, I need to get 200 of these and then come back here.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Oh, we can go to the castle.
Hey, yep.
Let's do it. You make my heart burn. Yeah, I'm locked in, bro. Come on.
Sun-baked desert palace.
Oh yeah.
4 stars.
You're not going in there, are you?
Yup. I am.
Oh.
Holy mackerel!
And I jumped right into that.
And I did too, even though I saw you do it.
Mofongo! My drill doesn't stop that? What the hell? Oh.
Got it. Uh-oh. Time's all wacky now. Woo! Oh.
They love stealing my power ups, bro. Who gave Bowser Jr. the time stone?
He's just playing with it too. He's just like. No! Run fast, ah!
Dang it.
How are we supposed to get that?
I don't know if it was. You might have to have a badge or something.
No, I'm Tiny Luigi again.
Got it. I thought you were in a bubble like Mario Wii.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a one up here.
Oh. Hey. Let's do this. Oh no, Pat, look at my screen. Look at my stream.
What the heck's going on with your face cam, bro?
What happened?
What did you do?
I have no clue. This is not pretty.
I got cut by a samurai sword.
I'm glitching out again. No, he got no face. Lotad! Uh-huh. You saw it. You saw the Lotad.
In the water, bro?
Oh no.
I don't like this.
You again? This pool party was way more fun before you showed up. Well, whatever. Pretty soon a big bad wonder is gonna happen. Then the world will belong to Dad. So now's a pretty good time for you to give up. And if you won't, I'll make you.
Make me then.
Make me.
Oh.
Oh, he's
Oh my god, he's kind of chasing me down, bro.
Uh-oh, it's wonder time.
I just noticed I'm holding my breath.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
I ain't gonna lie, this is kind of tough.
Yeah. I like the design of Wonder Bowser Jr.
Yeah, it's really good.
Uh-oh.
Put him in the next Smash Bros, bro.
Yo.
No. Mapungo. Oh, bad idea. He's eating me up. I literally died. Oh my god.
You died?
Yes.
I just beat him.
Bro hit me like 6 times in a row. I gotta redo it.
No, Pat.
But turn off the stream. Spoilers. Spoilers.
Yay. Oh, it's me
I'm
bouncing
coming
on his
on.
head. That's the picture.
Oh, I can skip it. That's dope.
Nice and restored to how it should be. Hey! And so, Luigi's party returned to Sun-Baked Desert's stolen water. With the 4th Royal Seed recovered, where will they go next? Will they head for the mysterious ruins in the fungi mines, or the molten pools of deep magma bog? Luigi's party adventures onward to stop Bowser's evil plans.
Yeah, I hit him 3 times. Does it take 4 hits?
Yup. It used to be 3 hits for everything. That was like the Mario standard, you know? But then they changed it in this game.
Yeah, they mixed me up.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the stretching time.
Alright, there we go.
Mom.
Let's go.
Oh, you beat him?
Who gave this goofball iframes, man?
Let's use the propeller flower to return to the Petal Isles. It's pretty windy, so careful not to get sand in your eyes. Whee.
Alright, I'll wait for you here. Nice.
Hooray! Getting this makes all that desert heat worth it. We're not done yet, though. We need to find the next royal seed so we can send Bowser packing.
Oh, I found a new outfit. I think. He has like 4. Oh my god, this guy is popular, huh? Holy no. for you to follow the I've been making. Oh goodness. Alright. Alright. I can move.
Oh, hey. I'm
Are
back.
you eating?
I got cereal.
Yeah, but I'm about to give me some too, bruh.
Hey.
I don't know what though.
How
Kind of
about
want some dessert.
Little Caesars? Oh.
I already ate.
Whoa.
Yeah, what kind of cereal?
Golden Grams. I'm trying to show the camera, but I can't.
Yeah, face cam bugging.
I don't know why it's doing this, man. I hate that frame. I
OBS,
look
bro.
ugly. I'm gonna be low tad if I can't get this fixed. There we go. Golden Grams. They're pretty good. Oh, Mudkip clears.
Free.
Hello. Doctor said, now I'm showered, my tummy's full, I'm under the weighted blanket, I'm off work for the next 3 days. Life is good. That's awesome, Pastor. The good ending.
What are you about to do with 3 days off? I don't even know what to do. Where you at? Oh, you're in the level. You looking, bro? I'm trying to figure out what kind of dessert I want. Do I want cookies? Do I want apple pie, bro? I want cheesecake, bro.
Those all sound good, but my vote's apple pie. Also,
Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag. Don't go to the mama. Yeah, I look you on some apple pie. I'm not gonna lie. Thing is, I ain't got no milk, bro.
Doctor says I always have 3 days off. I work 4 10-hour shifts a week.
Oh.
Why won't it stop and wait for me? There.
Catch up on some anime, movies, tea. That sounds like a good schedule. You get 3 days off.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, I need anime recommendations. Put them in the chat. Movie anime recommendations.
Doctor says, yes, I love this schedule. I'm glad. Also, thanks for letting me know my camera's frozen. I'm trying to fix it.
current season stuff, nah. I wanna have the option to watch it all. I just got done watching the anime that only had one season. I got so pissed off. It was it's about this doctor, Dr. Isekai.
I see. Did you like it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. You know, I thought it was just gonna be like, you know, one of them harem joints, but it's really not. Which is very, very welcome.
Nice. Fasher says, what was the anime called?
I gotta let me pull it up.
Okay.
As I'm playing this auto scroller, oh my god, bro, why you do this to the boy?
The auto scroller is real. I can't get my cam.
Can I get some rest?
I can't get my face cam up and running again.
Looks like you gotta be low tab, bruh.
I might have to be.
No way, I just died to a stack of boxes. That is insane. It crushed me. What the fuck?
Alright, now I'm gonna try.
Oh no!
I died. Now I'm in this. Did Pat say the name of it? No, he didn't. He's gatekeeping.
I'm gatekeeping so hard right now. Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. There happens to be multiple isekai doctor animes with monster girls in them. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, dang it, I died. That's crazy, though. There's more than one.
Yeah, I looked it up and they gave me a list.
What? It sounded like Luigi just shouted, Yowie! He did, Fastra. Can you blame him, though? Come on. I wonder if Stacy Joanne knows what that is.
Oh, I found it. Wait. Yeah, I found the search.
Hey.
It says Doctor.
Dr. Hitman Gladiator?
Hell no. What the hell is that? You know what my problem is? I'm on Bing. Why the hell am I on Bing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I reset the cache on my browser. And I think that's what happened. It's got really low on my preferences.
Dang it!
Oh no!
Stacy says, I actually do? I used to hang out with your kind when I was a teenager. Wow, what is that supposed to mean, Stacy? She does know what it is. That's a plot twist. That's crazy, Stacy. That's crazy. prove that you hung out with my kind. Say something that only someone who hung out with my kind would know. Exactly, you can't. Brilliant Healer's New Life in the Shadows. That's a pretty cool name.
Yeah, it's pretty on the nose too. Jesus Christ.
Yowie, apparently. No, besides that doesn't count. Because Fasha told you what that was.
Stacey doesn't know what yaoi is?
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Do you partake?
No, I've never seen a yaoi anime.
Fasha has. Fasha does
What,
partake.
Yuri on Ice?
Oh, good one. IDK, man, are you all still obsessed with Pocky, or is that not cool anymore? Yeah, Pocky's still cool. I like Pocky. Pocky's done some cool stuff. I like Pocky.
Those are the boxers I died too.
Oh, yeah. No! I'm no longer Bubble Luigi. I didn't take Fasha for a Fujo. What is that? I don't know what that means, Aru. I'm a big fan. Whoa! He's...
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Ah!
Popping his ult.
I know, right?
How do I get in there?
How do I get the 10 coin?
He has to shoot it.
Oh, I almost got it. This part's like Fall Guys.
I'm about to fall. I'm about to be a falling guy right now. I don't fly on another cloud. Oh.
No!
Bro! No.
How can you know Yaoi and not know Fujo? I don't know, Aru. I just have not come across that term. Hey, Stacy. Digestives. Huh? Digestives? Fingers? Fingers?
We're just using words.
What about them? They're delicious! And I'm a true Brit because I know those. Because I know what they are and I like them. Right? I'm such a true Brit.
That's what Fujo means.
Bash just says, I'm just a casual enjoyer / supporter, but I don't go out of my way to find it. The most I've done is seen anime like Given and Cherry Magic. Those are both yaois? But that makes sense, Fasha. You're more of a casual yaoi gamer instead of a hardcore yaoi gamer. Fingers? I mean, buy me dinner first. Which one of my mods wants to time out Stacy for that?
I'm not modded anymore, bro.
Oh no! Which one of my mods is gonna do the honors?
Get back here, get back here, get back here. I need saving.
Pat, come
I need
here!
assistance!
Pat, come here!
Thank you. Oh my goodness.
How did you die?
I think I got hit on the flame.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of those.
Is Haikyuu yaoi?
I'm good, she can cook. Your camera froze again, dang it! Would you stop doing that?
How did my cloud run out right now? That's kind of pitiful. Please. Woo! 4 flavors!
I'm sorry, Pat. I couldn't make it to you in time. Alright, I'll wait for you here, Pat.
Yeah, platonically kissing the homies goodnight.
Ah! God. Stacy said worth it. I'm good. She can cook. Okay. Oh, Aru, you're opting not to time her out. Thanks, Aru. Wait, y'all go to dinner first? Me and the boys holding hands first date. Ooh. Spooning with the boys on the first date, platonically, of course. Pastor said throwing a real one. Time me out yourself, you coward! I'm too scared to. Pat, say something in the chat.
Hold up.
Why
mouse.
does my face cam keep freezing? I look like a loser.
No, bro, cheesing the hardest he's ever chose.
You saw that? I don't know why. Why did it have to get frozen on that? It says, need help with your camera? Select this notification to start troubleshooting.
Oh, I'm a mod.
Yo.
Fear me! I will rule with the iron fist.
Oh no. What have I done?
I dare someone to say something, anything.
I don't consider it platonic with the boys. I consider it true love. Of course, throw
Just
it.
wait till I'm done with this level, bruh.
Don't time me out, Pat. I feel better after having that bowl of cereal. I was really like fighting for my life.
Did you eat today?
Yeah, but it's been like a while. I ate earlier than usual, and then I hadn't had anything since, so it was kind of like, oh. But now I feel like I can keep going.
Today was like the first time in like a week I haven't had dinner at like 12 o'clock at night.
Oh, I see. Stacy, I'm showing this low tag. How does it make you feel? Bro can go all night now, yup! Just like you, I'm gonna stay up till 6 a.m. I'm gonna utilize the power of Stacy. I love him, nice. I am him. Oh hey, Pat, you're here.
Yeah, what's up? Let's go!
Alright.
They're bombs. From my bomb factory.
Yup. Alright, what do we do? What do we do?
Easy.
Oh, you press the button.
Yeah, I tried to throw the chickens in, but
I remember when I stood on the box on that exact angle.
such a captivating picture.
I know.
Action-packed.
Yes.
Alright, let's check out this mod view.
Hey.
See what's popping.
Oh yeah, I forgot Pat asked for recommendations. Have you seen Free Rent?
I wanted to, but I haven't. As much as I love it already, I've just been seeing clips on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Hamill said, "Can I hit?" She said, "No, wait until he died."
No!
That's all I know. Yeah, I like the red hair guy. I don't know what his name is.
Asher says, I highly recommend it.
Alright, I'll watch it. It'll let y'all know how good it is. You only see the first 4 episodes?
Oh!
You can tell early if something's peak or not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like Venom Saga, I've been waiting for Mr. Bob to watch the rest. Lock in, bro! What you doing?
You're right.
Oh, Fashion, did you finish Inuyasha?
Ooh.
Wait, what happened to your powers, bro?
No.
30 seconds in.
No!
Yikes! Be careful! I bet you'd be considered a delicacy.
Yes, I finished Inuyasha back in like 2013.
Oh. I thought you were
Goodness.
still watching it. Yeah, 2013. I was a whippersnapper.
I've been Fasha, we can so watch Frieren. You just have to name the time. You never asked me. We should though. I want to watch it. It seems good.
I want to watch you guys play Deltarune.
Hey! Deltarune.
Wait.
Oh no, they're eating my coins.
My down button's stuck. My down button's stuck.
What are you doing, Pat?
My down button, bro. Okay, I think it's fixed. How am I supposed to get this?
I don't know, but if you figure it out, let me know.
Alright. Suicide! Oh.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Basher
Love
says,
this.
ooh, I love Deltarune. I just listened to the entire soundtrack yesterday. That's what's up, Basher.
Yeah, you showed me something.
Yeah,
like
it
Scarlet
had...
Forest, stuff like.
What?
I said you showed me something like Scarlet Forest.
Yeah, Scarlet Forest. Mm-hmm. Oh no! There's a million of these little guys.
You chopped my question back. I don't know how I feel about that. Somebody get their dentures, bro.
Oh, there's so many.
I tried to jump over a gap, and I landed on one and died. Where's the Wonder Seed?
You don't know where it is?
No, it looked like you got it. How do I get it?
Yeah, I got it. It was right there, Pat.
It's not there for me.
Pow!
No,
Oh,
no
no.
BS.
Pow! Yeah!
Pat, what did you miss?
Something important, I guess.
Yeah, the Wonder Seed was just sitting there.
Not for me. What the hell? What do I gotta do?
I wish I could see your screen.
Alright. I died.
Oh.
Reset.
I did it! Yo-ho!
No, the dentures ate ate that question block. Remember when I said it? He ate that block with the Wonder Seed in it.
Oh.
So stupid. How can they even do that?
You're right.
Alright. Let's go. There we go.
You got it, the Wonder Seed.
Cut out all that funny business.
There we go. Last night I accidentally fell asleep with Love in Deep Space because Raphael was taking too long on the claw machine. He's probably like, look, I got you something. And then you just never said anything because you fell asleep. Then poof, it was 6 a.m. I see. Let's go. Let's go, Pat.
Let's go.
You ready for this course? Mama mouthful. That's funny, Pasha. Oh dang, these things are serious.
Cloud Sire.
How'd you die?
It's freaking duck, bro. This syrup breath smelling pancake.
He ate my power up. He eats any bubbles I throw at him. He nullifies them.
Yeah, eat that shell, bro. Yeah.
He's so cute. You mean the guy with the big mouth? Or me? He looks like a Pokemon. Yeah, I could see that.
Did you know Bob and I saw the voice actor for Stark at an Anime Expo? No, I didn't.
He's the red-haired guy in Free Reign you're talking about.
Yeah,
We
but
saw him. He was there in person and he did some lines too. It was awesome. You
When I was here in
obs?
Orlando, I saw Dante Bosco and waved at him, but I didn't walk up.
Wait,
There's
where was
nobody at the
this?
table either. I think it was last year.
I mean, where was it at?
It was at this convention I went to. I forgot what it was called.
You just saw him.
Yeah,
saw
I waved at
Zuko
him. He
himself?
waved back. There's nobody at the table, and I just went to the gamble machine to get my Hunter x Hunter charge. I was too nervous. I ain't gonna lie. That's a big fellow, bro.
Dante Bosco. Fascia said Zuko himself.
Yes.
That's what's up. Look, it's the Pokemon, Stacy. Ah! Stacy, I can't wait for you to get your cheeky Halloween tattoo. How do I get up there?
Jump off my head, bro.
Oh, thank you.
Keep going.
I got it. I might get one. You should get one of that Kinder Egg. The Kinder Egg advert. You should get one of that Kinder Egg from that commercial. Pat!
Bro, 8 feet.
I put myself on a tattoo ban. Too many tattoos. No such thing as too many tattoos. Pat, why'd you do that?
I was checking.
Whenever Throlin comes back in, can you guys convince him to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender? That's a good.
You watched the first season and never finished? What kind of psycho?
But it gets better.
It's way better.
Oh, Throlin said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's here!"
Speaking of stuff we're waiting on Bob to watch. No.
Hey. Stacy said, "It depends if I see any Flash designs that are super cute." You mean like Flash from DC Comics? You want to get a cute Flash tattoo?
Wally West.
Throlin said, calling me out in chat. Uh-huh. How could you, Throlin? How could you stop watching? No.
Stop watching Peak, bruh.
Yeah, me and Pat were watching it, and we haven't watched it in a little bit, but we got some catching up to do.
What are we on, book 2? Book 3.
I think we just made it to 3.
Yeah, because they just made it to Boston USA, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Bubble again. Flash tattoos are like designs that artists have already made, and they usually tattoo them at a discount price if you choose one. Oh. Okay, so if you see any cute Flash tattoos, then you consider getting it. That'd be awesome.
This hungry boy just eating all these bubbles. And damage booster, huh? Gimme.
How do I give it?
You gotta sacrifice.
Pat, look how they
You
look when
gotta
they
look like me.
look at Luigi. I love how he puts out bubbles while he's crouching.
I didn't like to do it while crouching. Yeah. Fast Trip. I guarantee I played all of the Atlas video games. They are garbage. Every single last one of them are terrible.
The Avatar video games?
Yes. I'm so mad I spent money on all of them. Except the core one. That was pretty fun. But I'm telling you, like the one that I bought, it didn't. Alfred, he did a video on it. It doesn't even have voice lines. Like, so you're sitting there just like listening to Aang grunt and shit, and like it's so weak, bruh.
I see.
I've never played a horse game in my life, like, and that's with all of them too. Like they're just genuinely not good.
Dang, that's unfortunate. Throlin says, "Hey now, I have my reasons for not watching a lot of shows, and that's because of video games." That is so fair. Oh, and Stacy said instead of taking your own idea to them, you mean like getting, if I wanted to get a tattoo of Luigi holding his hat like that, like this, that would cost more. They have a few Atlas video games. Oh, and then that's what you talked about. You already mentioned. No comment.
I might have to get that Silent Hill left. That's
Hey.
on fire.
Silent Hill F moment.
I might stream that jump.
Hey, I'd watch.
Oh, there's a pipe up here. Hey, I need need you to be my only viewer.
Yup. Of course.
So I was gonna stream it, but I really want surround sound.
Oh. Gotcha.
Nah, bro, trying to get spooked.
Yup. Pat, why'd you go back down?
I didn't mean to.
I wonder what Goombas taste like.
Why are you wondering?
Let me know if you spot a magical flower, bro.
Wait, Aru said it's really cool because you can locate things like enemies based on sound. That's pretty cool. So are you playing like with headphones, or do you have like surround sound speakers, or how are you playing it? Stacy said, I don't want to watch any streams of it because I'm going to play with my brother, but we haven't got round to it yet. Oh, you mean Silent Hill? That's pretty cool. I hope you and your brother enjoy. Yeah, I have speakers. Oh, I wish I could be there in person to check it out, Aru. That sounds pretty cool. Yes. Oh, that's cool. You and Aru both have interest in the same game.
I think we missed the Wonder Seed.
Oh no.
This flower said, I wonder what Goombas taste like.
Yeah, I saw that.
Nah, who you feeling like?
Oh, we missed the Wonder Seed. Let's do it again. I don't know where it could have been. I hope it's not like an invisible block somewhere or something.
All right.
That would be heinous.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's try this again. We just ate a Goomba.
But I'm not a Goomba. Oh, yeah. What?
Oh yeah, before you go, Aru, what kind of mic you got, bro? That joint crispy. My mic is gas station as hell. I was re-listening to the VOD. It is so chopped. I want to get into it.
Oh.
Or what? Do you still have that Yeti?
Yes.
Wait, I thought it broke.
My dad fixed it. He came in clutch. He like took it apart using a YouTube video and he fixed it.
No, you the goat.
Yo, he saved my mic. And you already checked down there, right?
Yeah, I did. It's just a pit.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a pulley thing right there. I just saw that.
Oh, is that the Wonder Seed?
Let's hope so. If it's a purple coin, I'm gonna crash out. Yep.
There we go. Good eye, Pat. Wait, why am I a Goomba now?
Bro, I got no bunnies. Oh, but I do got boots. Work boots.
Yo.
Let's go. We have to hide from him.
Oh,
Okay.
I got you.
This is cool.
I like this one.
Go, 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 go. No, Randy, Jaren.
Oh, this is how you're. Ah!
You're a brave one.
I thought he was gonna run off the ledge, bro.
This is how we could get that 10 coin without damage boosting.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
What the hell? Did you see that? His eyes?
The Goombas? Or the Mama?
The mama.
Yeah, I saw his eyes whenever he gets tired. Okay.
You wanna see? Oh no.
I discovered a new species. Wonder what you taste.
I wish my Goomba had a mustache.
Oh, true. I think it does in Mario Odyssey when you become a Goomba.
Yeah, that's right. I think I got that from.
What are you doing up there, Pat? Oh.
I'm on that pole, man. Gotta get these coins somehow.
That's nice emotes.
What is that? Oh, that's Casper's, right?
Yup, it's operative. But it's spelled operative.
Why that boy so long?
Yippee!
Alright.
Hey, we stocked up, bro. We had 21 of them, John.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have 210. Now I can go buy that 200. That Wonder Seed, that was 200. Where was it?
It was in the desert.
Oh, yeah. I'll be RB.
Alright, but.
Got it. I bought the $200 Wonder Seed.
Also, every time I'm on Twitch, I see Casper streaming, boy. Whoosh, whoosh. That boy is not playing.
He do be streaming a lot. Pastor, what do you have to say about that? The mines.
That boy said I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream today. I'm gonna do a 12-hour tomorrow, and then I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna do a 12 the next day. Like, yeah.
Pastor said I didn't understand what he said. He said every time he goes
My
on
mic
Twitch.
is chopped. No.
He said every time he goes on Twitch, he sees Casper streaming. We found our way to the fungi mines. I know there's a royal seed around here somewhere, but I can't remember where it is, and the map isn't much help. Let's find a poplin and see if they've got any ideas. All right. Oh, Pat, you're already here. Loyal Poplin's house.
Here we go!
Nobody's home. Oh, a note. Let's see what it says. Welcome to the fungi mines, where it's fun to mine, and the happy ring of our pickaxes sounds like a party. Or that's what it's normally like here. but something awful happened. Our work has come to a stop. I've gone off to see what I can do about all of this. If you can, please come help me. Take the Wonder Seed here, and then head to the bridge. Please, Loyal Poplin. Oh dear, that sounds serious. Let's grab the Wonder Seed and head to the bridge.
Got the place all to myself. It's kinda lonely.
Wonder Seed.
Whoa! All right.
Nice.
What should I do? Oh, you have my Wonder Seed. You must have read the note I left at home. Please tell me that you've come to help. You see, my friends went deep into the mines and haven't returned. They went deeper than we normally go because they were trying to get a royal seed for you, Prince. It's real dangerous down there. I worry that if I don't reach them soon, then... What? They put themselves in danger trying to help save our kingdom. I couldn't stand to see them get hurt. We'll find them.
Looking through Casper's recent vids, his average stream time is about 4 to 5 hours. Oh, VODs. Yeah, that works too. Still, he streams a lot. I agree.
Yeah, but something wrong with him, bro. He not regular, bro.
Thank you, Prince. I'll need to fix this bridge first. Could you spare some flower coins?
Here you go. I have 10.
Thank you. This is exactly what I need to get the bridge fixed.
You needed exactly 10? What are the odds?
All right, let's go.
Nice.
All fixed up. Oh, I almost forgot. I'd like to give you something important. It's a handy tool called the sensor badge. I'm sure that you'll find it useful.
Yes.
Oh, the sensor badge. That one senses things we want to find, right? Like wonder flowers and other special things aside from that.
Ooh,
Yeah, you heard that?
that's huge.
Should we try using it now?
Sure. The sensor badge activated.
All set? Then let's get rescuing.
Here he goes. Up shroom, down shroom.
No more of this Wonder Seed shenanigans, bro.
Yup.
Tell me why I looked on DoorDash for some desserts. I click on Carmelo's Bakehouse.
Uh-huh.
The motherfuckers are selling 24-piece garlic wings. They're selling nothing but wings right now at a bakehouse. A bake shop.
Garlic wings.
Yes, garlic parmesan wings at my bakery. Please.
That is interesting.
Oh, I thought I could slide under that. Oh my goodness. What a fumble.
Dang, Pat just wants some good desserts and all they got is wings.
Yes, bro. Told you I want some apple pie now.
Yo, it sounds so good.
Doesn't seem like I can get some. I can get some cheesecake though.
Ooh, that's a close second.
Can I bury under this guy? No, I'm not gonna chance it. Oh, God. Oh.
I want to be tall like the mushrooms.
My wonder sensor's going off.
This fireball dude won't look the other way, bro. He in love with me. Dang, bro, I died.
Oh, it wasn't for the Wonder Seed, it was for the 10 coin.
I'll pass.
There you are.
I ain't got no ups.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Oh, I forgot. We can do it on the roof.
Yup.
Oh, we can't do that, really.
Ow. Oh, my sensor's going off when we go up there. How do we get up there?
Oh. Yeah. Pow. Oh.
Oh, I see. It's a tin coin.
Yeah. Pow.
Oh, there's something up here.
Yeah. Pow.
Dang it, I don't know. I don't think I can get it.
Bro, how did I go there? Uppies, bro, uppies. Play getting bad.
Yeah, we need a different power or a different badge.
La OB. La OB. Oh, it's the spooky monk.
Hey!
Bro, what? They said trick or treat.
No.
Trick nuts.
Halloween Henry won.
Hey, look, they getting it, but they dancing like, motherfuckers from Monster Hotel.
Oh yeah! You mean Hotel Transylvania?
My bad. I said Monster Hotel. What is that?
Monster Hotel.
It's the bootleg version. With the Count Chocula.
Yup. There we go.
Oh.
There you are.
Wonder-ful.
Wonder-ful. Bow, bow, bow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Last one. Let's finish with Tailey's Toxic Pond.
Here we go.
And then you can order your cheesecake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me my 24 garlic wings or fries. Okay. What? He's so real. He's so real. I got a lot of ice cream though, but I'm not a big ice cream guy.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yep. Oh. Yeah.
Last night, I was dreaming that I was trying to deliver a package in a theater, but one person would just lead me to another person, and it would get me nowhere. I was getting so stressed, I said, it's been 30 minutes, and my work is going to be really mad at me. Just as I was about to set the package down and give up and leave, I saw Aqua! They were all signing a big board thing. I specifically remember Suawa coloring in her Kanan Doodle's hair. Then Miyano Mamoru came in and they all got excited and bowed to him. What? It went from upset about the package to seeing Aqua to then Miyano Mamoru coming in and they bowed to him. That is quite the dream, Bastra. Oh my goodness. Pat, can you go on the ceiling like me?
I'm not cool like you.
Uh-huh. Now you can.
My spidey senses just tangling, bro.
Yup. Got it. Pat, get up here.
I'm all alone now.
Aw. Get up here, Pat.
I can't. I don't got the bunnies. There we go. Let's go. Can I make that jump? A 1, a 2.
I'm all alone now.
How was that your dream, Bastra? Why? Have you thought of Aqua lately? And Miyano Mamoru? What? What did I get hit by?
What if you were delivering packages to some apartment every day, and one day you see police show up to the place that you deliver, and they tell you no one's lived there in a year?
That'd be crazy.
Oh, it's Kahoot.
Yo. How do I choose
all
my
these wrong, by the
answer?
way. You gotta grab them.
Oh, there we go.
How did you complete with the wiki? Nice. I need to get 3 right, bruh. What can you buy at Poplin shops? The battle pad.
How many wonder seeds do you have from the fungi mines?
It's 3. 3.
3?
Yep. Trust.
Yo. Let's go, Pat.
They can't stop me now once I figured out the tech.
Yo. No, I haven't seen Aqua lately. Interesting. And the Miyano Mamoru I saw in my dream wasn't cleanly shaven like usual. He had a bit of stubble, and I remember thinking, huh, he looks pretty different, and missing how he usually looks. Oh, that's just so random. Ah!
Careful with this part.
Bruh! Oh, that part's kind of dangerous. I shouldn't have went in there. Oh man.
You shouldn't have went in there?
I died.
Oh.
And I was from Thailand.
Dang it!
Well then.
I died too.
All for a 10 coin.
No!
No!
I hit one of those little Galoombas.
Kirby music that touch grass too.
What?
Bro, who designed them to shoot those spiky things out, bro? Me and him gonna have to bounce.
How many Goombas have you defeated? $140.
Are they talking about all time?
What coins do Poplin shops accept? Flower coins? Nice. Aw, Fascia says, I don't want to go to my doctor's appointment in the morning. I want to sleep in. What happens if you touch a hoppo? You're pushed.
Oh, you can leave a standee and I can revive off that. What?
Yup. Fastra, I'm sorry that you have to go to your doctor's appointment instead of being able to sleep in.
That's rough, buddy.
Oh, no.
I died too.
Why do I keep dying on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Stupid ass spikes, bro. Hush.
Careful with this part.
Oop. Fuck, I'm going in there. I'm risking it for the biscuits.
Hold on, wait for me so I can revive you if you die.
Oh, good call.
I got it on my first try, let's go.
First try, bro. Let's go. Never doubted, bro. Easy
Yup.
as hell. Oh,
Dang it, I choked.
does Pat know about Quasimodo football too?
Thank you.
What? Quasimodo football too? What?
All right.
What the? I know about Ronaldinho's soccer. No.
Do you see it, Pat?
Well, what the hell is that? What is that?
Quasimodo football 2. You don't know, Pat?
I don't.
It's very important that you know what it is. What's your overall takeaway from this?
The 2 is really killing me, bro.
Yeah. Please tell him the story of his creation. We were really drunk and we were playing Mario Part. Family Feud for the Nintendo Switch, and then one of the questions was about football, and then the number one answer was Notre Dame, and so then I was like, I did not know he was good at football, and then I put this image on there. And I put footballs in his hands, and then it became Quasimodo football too.
No, that's funny as hell. Dude. I said Notre Dame. I didn't know he was good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll find it. I'll find the clip of it. But yeah, that's what it is, and it's very important for you to know that. Just thought you'd know. So Luigi's been on my head this whole time, and I found a way to make him not squeeze on my Quasimodo football lore. Yup. So stupid, I love it. I'm glad you like it, Stacy. But yeah, this is Luigi. He's been on my head, and that was a lot of fun, Mr. Pat. Thanks for playing as me for a while. Let me save my game.
No problem. It was fun.
Hope you can get your dessert. Return to title.
It's gonna be here in about 15 minutes, I think.
Nice. Send a picture when you get it.
It's canned, apparently.
Canned pie?
So
Oh wait, cheesecake?
yeah.
Canned cheesecake? I gotta see that. You gotta send it to me. I'll look out for your picture. Alright, that was really fun though. Thank you, Aru, Stacy, Fastra, and Throlin, and that old guy, and Stick Mom for stopping by the stream. That was quite the fun time. And I look forward to playing more Mario Wonder with you in the near future.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Alrighty. If you ever find yourself in the desert and you need to run through some sand, but you're just wiggling around like the little worm that you are, that you take care out there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I gotta change it. I did not live in Georgia anymore.
Something
Yeah.
nefarious is going on.
Swagger Cup.
There seems to be some dark evil.
In case you're wondering